Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis for the start of another week. A little bit of a different look here, as we do have Brian, who is just offering all of the beauty here for our show for the next couple weeks. And we also have a Tuesday through Friday race week, don't we, B?
I know. I'm looking forward to it. Some Friday racing. We've got an excellent card. Some good competition as well. I mean, unbelievable week of racing here for our penultimate week of racing. Ooh. It's almost over. Can you believe
that
it?
Adjective. I feel like it just went by so fast.
Yeah,
no, it didn't.
No,
it
crawled by. I mean, since April, it's crawled by. But I'm looking forward to it. We've got some big fields.
Yep.
You can certainly tell that the trainers are cleaning out the barns, getting horses entered, trying to get that last set of purse money as well.
Fun to handicap. And what about the turf? Still on the turf, man. Tony Martinez crushing it. We would have already been off the turf by now, but he's doing such a great job to keep us on there.
November 7th. I wish he could come to my house and handle my turf and do my lawn, because I want it to look as good as ours does.
Yeah, me too. We do have a 9-race card today. 1 through 8 are thoroughbred. 9 is quarter horse. And as I said, we are on the turf. The rail is at 36 feet. And we got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is a big day, Veterans Day. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But first, let's send it out to Todd at WRTV.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, John and Rachel, you couldn't draw up a better November day for racing here at the track. It is going to be absolutely beautiful, lots of sunshine, temperatures that'll be running about 15 degrees above normal, putting us right around 70 degrees. Although I will say once the sun sets, we're just after 5:30, it will cool off pretty quickly back down into the 60s. Yesterday we had those gusty winds. Today it's pretty calm. Now tomorrow is actually even warmer. It's the warmest day of the week as highs get all the way into the mid to upper 70s. Tomorrow mostly cloudy skies, but those gusty winds come back. Wednesday afternoon we could see some gusts up to 30 miles per hour.
What wonderful weather for the next couple days. We got some warm weather for November, that's for sure. We're going to take full advantage of it, aren't we, B?
He might be the most accurate weather person I've ever
He's
seen.
so on it.
Up in Minnesota, they're awful, and Todd just does a great job. The whole team over there for our weather segments do an excellent job.
For sure. He's even texted me a couple times and has said, hey, it's about to rain there here in about 15 minutes. And sure enough, I'll be sitting there and it all of a sudden starts raining. So, yes, he's very accurate. Love us some Todd. Let's go over Thursdays and kind of set us up for the week. I'm obviously going to be keeping my eyes on the standings for closing day. The closer it gets, the more stressful me and Tammy's countdown gets for leading trainer, owner, and all that. So, first of all, we had riding and some training doubles.
Yeah, no, those are always nice. I mean, I saw Manny Escobar got his 9th double of the year. I think those doubles that you guys keep track of, it's the first time I'd heard of, doubles and things like that. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, and then we had training double from Gennaro and Sippy, which are definitely a couple to watch as they hit them, Klopp. They all have been dropping some horses down, as Brian just talked about, and it makes for some fun handicapping to figure out when these horses are dropping down in conditions and mixing it up. It's definitely a challenge.
Not all drops are good drops, though. Did we not have 1 to 9?
Yeah, we
missed the board last week. I mean, I thought we had a 1 to 9 shot that didn't run very well.
Yeah, we did. That's what makes it so challenging. You never know what's going on with there. So Gennaro Garcia and Cipriano Contreras. Let's take a look at the standings here at the top of the week. What do you think? It's been this way all meet.
Yeah, no, it's not as exciting as it has been in the past. I do think Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. kind of left a lot of wins when he was out for that length of time. We had Deshaun Parker out for a while. Pedrosa was out for a while. And it really allowed Ramos to pretty much get the lead and hold off Fernando, who has been riding excellent as well, but it allowed Ramos to pick up plenty of those mounts that I think would have maybe been a little bit more spread out.
Yeah, they were pretty much tied before Marcelino took a little bit of time off for an injury, but definitely has kept the momentum going, and now he's still, it's catchable for Fernando, so I'm going to have to watch that one. But Gennaro, the story, who has taken the lead, 70 to Klopp's 59. We'll see if he can't close that gap before closing day. But these are our hot jocks. Tony Granite's Brad Cox. Brad's got some nice ones in today. Cipriano Contreras, and then rounding out the top five for the jockeys is Sammy. Marcelino takes all that time off and still in fourth. What a beast. And then Manny, who's had an excellent meet this year. So those are our jockey and trainer standings. And Jimmy Mack Thursday, man, he had 6 winners, and he's going to be here tomorrow.
I know. Talk about a disappointment. I come in, just such a letdown. Jimmy Mack, a better announcer. He's a better handicapper.
You guys are both great.
It's just like the biggest letdown on a Tuesday. Everyone's probably wondering, where is Jimmy Mack? First we lose John, then we lose Jimmy Mack. It's
we're
just
stuck
a slide
with you
to the end. Yeah, no, it's just a disaster.
Whatever.
The bar has been set so high.
B has been on fire as well. He honestly, how many? You've given out like 15 or 16 winning Pick 5 tickets, haven't you?
Yeah.
And they're all like 3 digits or 4 digits
but
so far.
You're elite at finding like those 3 to 5 shots that
what
really,
can I say?
like, where you can turn $2 into
chalk eating weasel.
Well, you can turn $2 into $2.60.
You're just mad at me because I'm beating you. You're just mad because I'm beating you.
No, if you can do that routinely.
Are you okay?
If Tammy
Your
has
percentage,
capacity
is it that
for
great?
it next year, we're going to talk about ROI versus win percentage, and we'll get ROI.
I think yours on average pay less than $1 more than mine.
But my win percentage is significantly lower, and they still pay more. So
that's a good point.
$2 and $2.60 one, that's fine.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you're
Not
here.
all of us got to go to the Breeders' Cup and hang out with Joe and hang out with all the bigwigs. Some of us were at home handicapping and trying our best.
Even if you were, that's all you do.
PB&J sandwiches.
I'll be at Sunday. It'll be Sunday, you guys, and the group chat. Like Sunday when I'm trying not to think about racing, and on Sunday we get a text from Brian on the guys group chat, which I'm in the guys group chat, obviously. And you're watching racing and football, and you're texting us about pick 6s and horses running. Do you ever not bet?
Well, it's a job for you. This is a lifestyle for me. It's a lifestyle. So while you're on the fashion and the lipstick accounts, for me, it's a lifestyle. It's the gambling. It's the degenerate in me.
If my cameraman Brian joins in on this, I'm gonna be it's going to be a very long couple weeks. Let's talk about Veterans Day, because you're going to do this, the Pick 5 Challenge. It's going to be a big day Friday. We are going to be raising money for the HVAF, the Homeless Veterans. It's a wonderful organization in downtown Indy, and they provide a lot of help for our veterans. We're also going to be offering for the public a $2,500 Veterans Day Legends contest, and then you tell them about the Celebrity Pick 5. You're a celebrity.
I'm not really a celebrity, but there are some pretty cool people on there, like Matt Carruthers is on there. Plenty of people that are going to be diving in. We're doing a $250 Pick 5 challenge to see if anyone can hit it, but then those of us that do, whoever pays the most, and see what we can do. We're expecting a big pool, big handle, hopefully some big fields and some big payouts as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an excellent day, so be sure to join us. We're going to have a post time of 2:10 p.m. Friday, November 10th, so definitely look for that. And we're giving away an NHC seat for the $2,500 Legends contest. And the final day of racing coming up, November 17th.
You're excited, I'm sad. I mean, that's just the difference, and I hope Eric Elstrom knows that. I am so sad for Friday, November 17th. Meanwhile, you've had a countdown since like middle of August.
You're such a liar. All day today.
She's got a clock in her office that counts down to the final race.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't.
Meanwhile, my clock is counting down to April of 2024.
We all have that. Have you gotten? We really do have countdown clocks to the first day because it's the eclipse. Did you get? We got to get you one.
My swag must be on back order.
No, I'll get you one today.
Low on the list.
So we literally, you're a liar. You don't have a countdown clock to opening day next year, but I do actually. So does Brian. We all have a countdown clock to opening day next year because of the eclipse. Friday, November 17th. So definitely getting close. And we're going to do an NHC quali on December 2nd as well. Do you do the NHC?
I mean, I've tried. It's not my cup of tea.
Have you been in it?
Play show. I've not, and maybe that's why I'm sour on it, because I'm not cool enough to make it in there. But you know, I like BC where you play with some money. You gotta do your wagering.
I feel like there's like either you like either or because of the format. Or do you feel like every handicapper that plays for money likes both?
Well, I played in the Breeders' Cup Challenge this year. I was out in the second race. I went all in the second race and lost. And then
like
Jason Kaler and Matt Kwiatkowski, they did really well.
They were
up there for quite a while. Props to them. They did an excellent job.
Yeah, they do a really good job. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to stop the crap talking and start talking about races. We're going to get Brian's thoughts on the early Pick 5, so stick around.
With over 200 flavor notes, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get B's thoughts on the Pick 5 today. We've got a claiming for 12.5, an allowance sprinting on the dirt, and some 2-year-old maidens that are pretty interesting with the Cox trainees. And then we're going to anchor it with the allowance optional claimer on the turf in the 5th race. Tell us, Baby B, how you playing it?
Well, I almost didn't know what to do with myself because we only have 2 maidens in this first Pick 5. I'm used to having like 3 or 4 maidens, but by the end of the meet, probably not as many maidens. I thought this Pick 5 was challenging, though. I don't know about you, but it looked tricky in my opinion.
Looks pretty tricky for sure.
Yeah, I was going to spread out, go 2, 3, 4, and 8 in race number 1. No true strong opinions. Many horses either going up in class. Some of them have raced many more times this season than they did in years past. So no real strong opinions, not really taking a stand anywhere in race number 1. The stands will come elsewhere, actually in race number 2. Going to try and go with 4 and 5 in this spot in race number 2. You see on your screen 4 and 5, Pickle Feet and Caboose. I think Caboose is sneaky in here as a horse who had been beaten by many of these the last couple of starts, and now faces the same group, but I think could sneak off on the front end. Maybe Joe Ramos doesn't opt to go to the lead. Fernando maybe a little bit more aggressive out of the gate with Pickle Feet, who gets a ton of class relief in here. Jumped up numerous levels last time on. You can tell that because this horse went off at 6-5, getting the win on October 9th, then came back on 14 days rest. Had a huge class jump, and that same horse, after a win, went off at 35-1. Gets a ton of class relief today. I think you can get through with Pickle Feet along with Caboose in that spot. On the turf course, I don't know how you saw it, but we'll spread it out. I think the also eligibles deserve a long look in here, and they could be separators. Throw out the morning lines because many people, they don't pay attention to also eligibles for a variety of reasons. A, they don't know if they're in or not, and B, usually, always, they have the worst post. But I don't really have that much of a concern with Janie Creed and Only Emotions post because I do think they're going to come from off the pace in here. So those are 2 horses that I absolutely want to have on my ticket. Race number 4, going to be a single and a bold one at that. I don't know how you handicap this. I know you usually have some more inside steam than I do. Well, this is where my single comes, and you don't have my single in your top 3.
I don't have your single, but I did get some insight on the 8 Cassius.
Yeah, well, what, is it good insight or bad insight?
Good insight.
Good?
Yep. But I like your 5, Rusty Arnold.
Oh, you like it so
but
much
it's a
it's
first
not
time
in the top 3?
It's a first time starter though, and these horses, some of these horses have been really close.
Well, that's the thing about
Tell
you and
us
I.
why.
Like, I'm more fearful if we have both the same top pick.
I am too, and you know what?
Wins.
That's seriously what happens whenever we have the same picks.
Yeah.
We always lose, so I like it.
much prefer
One of us is going to be on top in this
exactly.
race, and
One
it's
of us
going to
will
be
figure it
probably
out.
you.
I thought you'd have Perp Walk on top. I know you're a big name player, so Perp Walk seems fitting for you to have that one on top. Like
And I'm a big
Keith,
Keith and Steve Asmussen together fan too.
That is true. So Perp Walk would have been my guess for your top selection, but I'm going to try Wind Rider in here, and hopefully we are sailing to the winner's circle with our single in this spot. Do note, single not in Rachel's top 3, so make what you want of that. Race number 5, plenty of horses who love to win. Authoritarian is looking for 8 wins in a row. Comes in from Belterra. How about claiming a horse for $7,500, and all you do is get your picture taken the next 6 starts. This horse has been incredible. Gets tested for class today. Martinez going to ship over his tack for the lone mount on Authoritarian. I'm going to go 1, 2, and 6. Arturo Toscani, good old Italian name, I do believe deserves a long look. And then
Oh, you and your Italians.
For Mike Maker and Joe Ramos, I thought maybe Ramos had a couple of opportunities. It looked like he likely could have rode the 12 if he wanted to, but he opts to stick with a Hall of Fame trainer and Mike Maker, a wise man, and we'll see if it's a wise selection in that pick 5. So we'll go 1, 2, and 6 to round out that early pick 5.
1, 2, and 6 to round it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors this year: Brown Foreman, Tequila Aradora, Woodford Reserve, and such. And we do want to give a shout out to High Bar Real Estate. High Bar Real Estate is a wonderful sponsor. There's Alicia, she's great, and you can definitely get in on their information at 317-512-3767. They're ready to champion you in all things real estate and is looking for champions to join the team.
And you don't have that memorized
No, because
yet?
this
It's
is
day
John.
117.
Look what it says, John. I never read it, John does. He's got it memorized. HighBarRealEstate.com, Facebook, Instagram, or call the number listed. Also, follow us on social media. Don't follow Brian. It's not worth it. Follow me at Racing Rachel M. Martha's also a good follow. Martha Clausen on X. And don't forget to follow John G. Dooley. He's on a...
He's the best follow.
He is. He's
the best follow. If you want facts, and
if you want information and
news,
funny stuff too,
Yeah.
John's got the overall best Twitter or X ever. And definitely follow us on YouTube because you can watch replays for absolutely free after the races are over. And follow us at HS Indy Racing. Let's get B up a little early today so he can get his papers organized, so he can get ready to call since he's a little nervous about it.
Always nervous. Adjectives, adverbs,
He's not
vocabulary,
nervous.
not
He's
my
never
thing.
nervous. He's too cocky to be nervous. He'll do a great job today. I like being nice to you when you're mean to me because then it really throws you off.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
I know you don't. All right, guys, we are just 21 minutes to race one. Catch me over on FanDuel TV talking about the opener today, and catch B in the announcer booth this week, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Welcome to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are 14 minutes away from the November 7th card, one of the final Tuesdays of the year. Scratches and changes begin right away in race number 1, scratch number 4, Haps Victory. In race 2, scratch 7, Corona Grande. Race number 3, scratch number 2, Lady Artist. Miguel Perez picks up the mount on Perfect Manhattan, and Raylu Gutierrez picks up the mount on number 7, Haziel. Number 11, Matoli's Baytown, also scratch 2 and 11 out of race number 3. Race number 4 is Clear of Change. In race 5, scratch 9, Zolo, 10, Epithium, 13, Bloodline, and 14, Silver Quarters. 9, 10, 13, 14 out of race number 5, which kicks off that late pick 4. Race number 6, scratch number 12, To Prize Me. Number 12 out of race number 6. In race 7, Raylu Gutierrez picks up the mount on Forever Friends. Will be +2 riding on Forever Friends. Scratch number 8, Ship Shape out of race 7. Race number 8, scratch number 1, Secret Glenda, number 5, Pink Lady LaShaw, and number 9, Parlay Charlie. With the scratches of 1, 5, and 9, no pentafecta wagering in race number 8. Couple of overweights in our lone quarter horse event of the day. Number 1 will be 5 pounds over. 2, 1 pound over. Number 4, 3 pounds over. Number 5, PJ, 3 pounds over. 6, 5 pounds over. 7, 3 pounds over. Number 8, 3 pounds over. And scratch your outside runner, JV2. 9 events today on a fast and firm turf course, the rail setting at 36 feet. We're about 11 minutes away from the opener on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
Horses out on the track as we are 3 minutes away from the opener, kicking off today's 11.99% takeout, pick 5. 3 minutes. Punch those tickets in. The horses are on their way to the gate for the opener. They're at the gate. It's post time as Techastar goes in, along with Got the Bob. Stablemates Rocket Docket and Neo King next to load. Waiting on Smart Dresser and Boogie Bodie. Boogie Bodie, currently your 2-1 favorite. They're off and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Boogie Bodie broke alertly, got the bob off the layoff, off slowly, and 5 lengths back. Not a true scramble for the lead. No one really looking to go blazing up front as Techastar and Eternal Bliss content for the lead. Now Rocket Docket under McKenna Anderson pushing 3 wide along with Smart Dresser in the 4 path. Sitting in a nice spot is Neo King just off the top group along with Boogie Bodie, who's 5 wide into that turn. The first quarter in 22.57. It's still a 3-headed pace duel up front. Eternal Bliss, Rocket Docket in the horse sandwich, and Smart Dresser 3 wide as now Boogie Bodie looking to range into it. Neo King's got a good trip, if good enough, as Techastar the first to suck out of it, and still nothing from Got the Bob off the layoff. Never fired today, and Eternal Bliss looking for 2 in a row. It's Eternal Bliss opening up at the top of the lane. Rocket Docket trying to dig down and grind out a win as Rocket Docket resurgent. Eternal Bliss got the jump. Rocket Docket trying to lunge for the first win of the season. We're down to these 2 as Neo King in the 3 path, and Rocket Docket does it. Rocket Docket from Neo King and Eternal Bliss in 111.96. It's posted 3.627 in 111.96. Hold them all. Entering the High Bar Real Estate Winner Circle, the victorious Rocket Docket, a 5-year-old dark bay gelding by successful appeal out of Bonnie Barrett, bred in Indiana, owned by Richard Huddleston and trained by Michelle Elliott. McKenna Anderson gets the opener in race number 1, Rocket Docket, first win of the year. Your $2 Exacta 3-6 returns $42.80, 50-cent trifecta, $62.85. The first superfecta of the day returns $75.59. We did have a claim out of race number 1, number 8, Boogie Bodie, claimed for new owner Randy Finnegan, trainer Aaron Shorter. Boogie Bodie goes to Finnegan and Shorter in race number 1. Race number 2 coming up 22 minutes from now. They're off and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Boogie Bodie broke alertly, got the bob off the layoff, off slowly, and 5 lengths back. Not a true scramble for the lead. No one really looking to go blazing up front as Azteca Star and Eternal Bliss content for the lead. Now Rocket Docket under McKenna Anderson pushing 3 wide along with Smart Dresser in the 4 path. Sitting in a nice spot is Neo King just off the top group along with Boogie Bodie, who's 5 wide into that turn. The first quarter in 22.57. It's still a 3-headed pace duel up front. Eternal Bliss, Rocket Docket in the horse sandwich, and Smart Dresser 3 wide as now Boogie Bodie looking to range into it. Neo King's got a good trip, if good enough. Azteca Star the first to suck out of it, and still nothing from Got the Bob off the layoff. Never fired today. And Eternal Bliss looking for 2 in a row. It's Eternal Bliss opening up at the top of the lane. Rocket Docket trying to dig down and grind out a win as Rocket Docket resurgent. Eternal Bliss got the jump. Rocket Docket trying to lunge for the first win of the season. We're down to these 2 as Neo King in the 3 path, and Rocket Docket does it. Rocket Docket from Neo King and Eternal Bliss in 111.8.
Aquí la herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
The 2023 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. December 4th through 6th. Register now at racingsymposium.com.
$11 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we do have a scratch in this 3-year-old and up allowance. The 7 Corona Grande is out. This is for registered Indiana sired, 5.5 furlongs on the dirt. And I got to go with Pickle Feet. I just text John. I love Pickle Feet. Love Pickle Feet. He said, cheers to that. This is the one to beat. It's 2-5. Fernando de la Cruz aboard for Davaris Douglas. But I'm not going to pick against this one just to pick against it because it's the favorite. Pickle Feet has the highest last race speed figure at 81, even though he was 5th by a few lengths. But before that, a nice winner in allowance at 6 furlongs, 3rd by a length at 5.5. He's definitely got the best speed and definitely looks to be the one to beat in this field. He is 6 of 9 life and definitely knows his way around the Indiana dirt. He hasn't had a win at this particular distance, but 5 and 6 he has, so right in there in the sweet spot. So Pickle Feet, he always looks good. He always looks ready to go. Davaris Douglas, definitely a capable trainer. I think maybe a little underrated. Great guy, too. And then I'll go to the 2, and that is Spot On Justice. You got to watch those Justice trainees. They're going to be doing a lot of Justice-bred awards this year. This one trained by Tony Granitz and Andre aboard for him. This one has been the bettor's favorite the last two, but hasn't won a third and a second, but hasn't been worse than third in 4. Tony is 20% when he's the beaten favorite. We'll see if he can't get that done today. But I think definitely a good one to put in your exacta spot, as it hasn't been worse than third. Definitely one to put in these exotics for second and third place. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Lantana Mob, who also, same situation, has a win at 5, at 6, but not at the particular distance at 5.5. Don't think that's much of a concern. Has shown some nice early speed, should be on or near the lead, forwardly placed with this bunch. And then I put in the 1 at 14-1, longest shot on the board. But I got to go with One Way Ray. Tiana Richardville in these Indiana sired races, definitely need to watch her. German Tarazza also, I think, a very capable jockey. He hasn't done much in the last couple, but 3 back at today's distance of 5.5. He did put in a nice winner. It was a 71, so not definitely at the highest, but definitely comparable to the rest of the group after Pickle Feet. So I think will definitely be there. Hopefully light up the board. Has been racing against this group quite a bit this year in these Indiana sired races. I think he's due for a win, and the rail honestly is doing really well sprinting on the dirt. So I've got 4-2-1 here in the second race. This does start a 50-cent pick 4 here today, but I land on Pickle Feet. Good luck.
Field of 6 have made their way out onto the track for race number 2, kicking off the early pick 4 to scratch number 7, Corona Grande. Number 7, a scratch out of this event. 5.5 furlongs of distance, 4 minutes from now. Gate crew adjusting the saddle for Joe Ramos aboard number 5, Caboose. No worse for the wear. Rider back up. They'll be at the gate shortly for race number 2. Field has reached the gate for their 5.5 furlong journey. One-way Ray, the first to load. Current 1-2 favorite, Pickle Feet, goes in with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. Waiting on Caboose and Good Forever. Spot on Justice unseats Yolola. They're off. Gates popped, caught him in a line. Caboose a little slow away from the gate. The only one not to keep pace early is One-Way Ray, along with Spot on Justice. Now at 4-1, Spot on Justice pokes the head in front. One-Way Ray going to hold that rail position, along with High Cotton Justice and Pickle Feet in the four-path at 1-5. Good Forever about 4 lengths off of it, a little bit unhappy, a little headstrong as well. Caboose can see them all as tip to tail about 6 lengths, a first quarter in 22.64, and Spot on Justice the first to turn for home, but is being asked for everything early as One-Way Ray going to maintain that rail position. And now Fernando de la Cruz asked Pickle Feet to pick up her feet, and Pickle Feet is ranging into it as Spot on Justice still clears. Spot on Justice still holding off Pickle Feet at this point under an all-out drive, but now Pickle Feet picking up momentum as Spot on Justice drifts off the path just a little bit, and Spot on Justice appears to hold off Pickle Feet as Pickle Feet at 1-5 settles for second. After that, Caboose rounds out the trifecta. Inquiry sign is lit. Taking a look at the stretch run of Spot on Justice and Pickle Feet. In addition to the inquiry, Fernando de la Cruz has lodged a rider's objection for interference in the lane on number 2, Spot on Justice. Inquiry and objection, unofficially 2-4-5-6. Hold them all. We have a disqualification in race number 2. Number 2, Spot on Justice, has been disqualified and placed second. Your new unofficial winner, number 4, Pickle Feet. 4, 2, 5, 6. Number 4, Pickle Feet, is a dark bay colt by Sahara Sky, bred in Indiana, out of First Attraction by Pancho Villa. Owned by Indie Dancers Training Center, Merrill Roberts, and trained by DeVaris Douglas. Pickle Feet victorious in race 2 in 104.65, still unofficial. Race 2 is now official. 4-2 exacta. Returns 780, 50-cent trifecta. 425, 440. First daily double of the day returns 1080, 10-cent superfecta, $1.65. Race number 3 on the board in 23 minutes from now. Do scratch numbers 2 and 11. 2 and 11 out of race number 3. Do note, number 13 and 14 do draw in. Number 7, Hazy, will be ridden by Raylu Gutierrez. Number 7 picked up by Raylu Gutierrez. 13 and 14 will run. 22 minutes from now for race number 3. They're off. Gates popped, caught him in a line. Caboose a little slow away from the gate. The only one not to keep pace early is One Way Ray, along with Spot on Justice. Now at 4-1, Spot on Justice pokes the head in front. One Way Ray going to hold that rail position, along with High Cotton Justice and Pickle Feet in the 4-path at 1-5. Good Forever, about 4 lengths off of it, a little bit unhappy, a little headstrong as well. Caboose can see them all as tip to tail about 6 lengths, a first quarter in 22.64, and Spot on Justice, the first to turn for home, but is being asked for everything early. Is One Way Ray going to maintain that rail position? And now Fernando de la Cruz asked Pickle Feet to pick up her feet, and Pickle Feet is ranging into it as Spot on Justice still clears. Spot on Justice still holding off Pickle Feet at this point under an all-out drive, but now Pickle Feet picking up momentum as Spot on Justice drifts off the path just a little bit, and Spot on Justice appears to hold off Pickle Feet as Pickle Feet at 1-5 settles for second. After that, Caboose rounds out the trifecta. In race number 9, scratch 11, 12, 13, and 14. All the also eligibles now out of the finale.
11 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Changes are as follows. The 2 Lady Artist is out. The 6 gets Miguel Perez. 7 has Raylu Gutierrez. And the 11 is out. Both AEs draw in. So we still have a full 12-horse field. And as Brian said earlier, you don't really know if they're going to draw in until right before, but definitely give a little bit of luck to the AEs when they draw in, especially in a field like this. We've got a 2-year-old maiden for fillies, and they're going a mile on the grass. The rail is at 36 feet. And I'm going to go with the 10 here, Tamuk. This one, Marcelino Pedroza, is aboard for Brad Cox, and this is a 2-year-old filly by Into Mischief, and was second versus similar last time out at today's distance and surface here on October 10th. Now, the last 4 times Marcelino has rode for Brad, and you see his assistant, Ricky Giannini, there in the paddock, 3 of those have been wins. So Marcelino's back. He's back to his winning ways and getting the call for Brad. Definitely one to keep an eye out for. And then they also have the 4 Miss Quality Control as well in this race. So Brad's got a couple of horses in here. And then I'm going to go to the rail, Celes. This one is 4-1 right now. Rail's winning at 18% clip. Ramos, our leading jockey, is aboard for Mr. Beckham, who is 38. Beckham's 38% win clip and 46% in the money with the couple handful of horses that he's brought here. I mean, really knows where to put them. 2-year-old filly by Good Samaritan. She debuted here on October 4th, 5 furlongs on the grass, stretching out to a mile, first time at a route. So we'll see how she takes to it. But she was well bet in her debut and finished 6th, beaten only a length in that race. That finish was insane. I remember that day I was actually sitting outside, and the way that everyone came around the final turn in that race was really impressive to watch. So excited to see what she's going to do today. And then I rounded it out with the horse that Raylu picked up today. Picked up a couple, the 7 Haziel. This one, John Langmeyer, is the trainer, and he actually is 20% when his horses are starting in their 2nd career race. Definitely need one, the debut, and then usually John's really good at figuring out what to do with them next. He must have seen something because he's got her in the same turf, same distance, and a very similar field. Was 3rd in that race, a nice 3rd in a full 12-horse field after getting bumped at the start. So was going 5 wide at the quarter. Is just a kind of a nightmare situation for her, and to still finish 3rd was pretty impressive to me. This is a really tough race. Chris Davis has a horse in here, and he's got a high percentage when bringing him. The 2 AEs draw in. There's 2 Brad Cox trainees. Ian Wilkes has the 5. It's just a very tough group, and it's going to be interesting to see. The 9 Housefly is the favorite for Mike Moneymaker. Saw John Lynn there in the paddock today bringing this one over, and DP's aboard. So just a very deep field. I'm praying for you guys that are in the pick 5 and alive, because this is a tough one. 7 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm on the 10, Tamuk and Marcelino Pedroza. Good luck.
2-year-old fillies have made their way onto the track for this 1-mile turf event. Do scratch number 2, Lady Artist, along with number 11, Matoli's Baytown. Miguel Perez picks up the mount aboard number 6, Perfect Manhattan, and Raylu Gutierrez rides number 7, Hazil. Sammy Bermudez opting to stick with Janie Creed. 13 and 14 do draw in. They'll be at the gate 4 minutes from now for turf racing, November 7th at the Shoe. Don't forget, fans, this Friday for Veterans Day, we're giving away $2,500 in prize money. Select the winners in races 1 through 8, and the top 3 finishers have an opportunity for a chance at an NHC seat and go to Vegas for the NHC finals. There'll also be other prizes and giveaways for an excellent day of racing on Friday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses are just about to make their way onto the turf course for race number 3. Group of 2-year-old maiden fillies making their way onto the turf course. All looking for their first career victory. Standing room only for the gate in this one. Full field of 12 goes 1 mile on a firm turf course. Turf rail setting at 36 feet. Loading professionally, waiting for only emotions. Haziel and Janie Creed. Current favorite goes to Miss Quality Control. Last to load, Janie Creed. They're off and running on the turf in race 3 as Celeste breaks alertly on the stretch out, but Perfect Manhattan gunned out of there, and Perfect Manhattan wants to lead, but Celez and Joe Ramos going to hold their rail position. Don't Touch trying to find a spot, along with Only Emotions, who works over beautifully into the two-path. Only Emotions finds a good spot on the front end with Perfect Manhattan, as strung out very wide was Housefly, along with Sensible Choice, who had to be 5 wide into that first turn, and Haziel a little bit headstrong in third. After that comes Don't Touch, along with Sensible Choice, and in between is Housefly after that wide first turn. Celez, after braking alertly, shuffled back on the inside. A little more cracking, content to sit in 8th, along with Janie Creed and Only Emotions, as Vino Rosato, the daughter of Vino Rosso, can see them all through a first half in 48-2, and Only Emotions at 38-1 holds off Haziel as the long shots take him into the turn. Little more cracking in the turf debut, moving up sweetly under Declan Cannon, as now Don't Touch coming under a ride along with Housefly, as Housefly needs to do more at this point. Still nothing from Housefly. Janie Creed and Sammy Bermudez are picking off horses one by one, but very wide, as Haziel packs it in at the top of the lane. And now the complexion changes as Only Emotions looking to kick clear from Little More Kraken, and all of a sudden Only Emotions at 30-1 has opened up at the 16th pole, and Only Emotions and Elvin Jimenez turn this into a romp. 30-1. Only Emotions from Janie Creed and Little More Kraken from an onrushing Miss Quality Control. (13, 14, 5, and 4 unofficially in 138.69. Hold them all. Race number 3 now official. Only Emotions, a half to Belladere. Returns 63.40 on top. Entering the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle, a best kept secret, number 13, Only Emotions, a 2-year-old filly by Distorted Humor out of Golden Ballad. Bred and owned by Bone Chance Farm, trained to victory by Paulo Lobo, ridden by Albin Jimenez. Also eligible is draw in and run 1-2 in race number 3. First pick 3 of the day returns 63.20. $2 exacta, $498.20, 50-cent trifecta balloons, $1,333.80. Daily double returns 47.20. 10-cent superfecta, 13.14.54, returns $1,277.19. Bombs away in race number 3. Race number 4, 21 minutes from now, does kick off today's late pick 5, 11.99% takeout, the lowest takeout in the country. Kicks off 20 minutes from now. We'll be back on the main track. No scratches, no changes. Good luck. They're off and running on the turf in race 3 as Celeste breaks alertly on the stretch out, but Perfect Manhattan gunned out of there, and Perfect Manhattan wants to lead, but Celeste and Joe Ramos going to hold their rail position. Don't Touch trying to find a spot, along with Only Emotions, who works over beautifully into the 2-path. Only Emotions finds a good spot on the front end with Perfect Manhattan, as strung out very wide was Housefly, along with Sensible Choice, who had to be 5 wide into that first turn, and Haziel a little bit headstrong in third. After that comes Don't Touch, along with Sensible Choice, and in between is Housefly after that wide first turn. Celeste, after breaking alertly, shuffled back on the inside. A little more cracking, content to sit in 8th, along with Janie Creed and Only Emotions, as Vino Rosato, the daughter of Vino Rosso, can see them all through a first half in 48-2, and Only Emotions at 38-1 holds off Haziel as the long shots take him into the turn. Little more cracking in the turf debut, moving up sweetly under Declan Cannon, as now Don't Touch coming under a ride along with Housefly, as Housefly needs to do more at this point. Still nothing from Housefly. Janie Creed and Sammy Bermudez are picking off horses one by one, but very wide, as Haziel packs it in at the top of the lane, and now the complexion changes as Only Emotions looking to kick clear from Little More Kraken, and all of a sudden Only Emotions at 30-1 has opened up at the 16th pole, and Only Emotions and Albin Jimenez turn this into a romp. 30-1. Only Emotions from Janie Creed, and Little More Kraken from an onrushing Miss Quality Control.
2-year-old fillies on the turf brings home the first long shot of the day, 30-1. Certainly spices up that early pick 5 if you're out of the early pick 5. Fortunately, we've got another pick 5 beginning right now, just 10 minutes away from race number 4. We'll be back on the main track, 2-year-olds. This one's for the boys looking for their first career victory. We'll be sprinting 6 furlongs. No scratches, no changes, and we've got a heavily backed favorite. Miss Rachel's top selection is Quarry Men, 4-5 right now. If you're looking at those DRF projections, which I recommend you do each and every day, follow those will pays. They've got an algorithm. It's unbelievable. They're projecting this horse goes off as low as 2-5. So if you're hoping that Quarry Men might go off around even money or 6-5 right now, the computer is much smarter than all of us. Project this one to go off right around 2-5 for Miss Rachel's top selection. She looks for yet another winner. But let's take a look at these boys down here in the pack, because I'm excited to see some of these first-time starters in here, as I do believe it is a race ripe for the picking. Not all that sold on your current favorite, who's done nothing but burn money through first 2 starts of the year, but looking to make good on those defeats in the first 2 career starts as Quarryman. I'm going to try a firster in Wind Rider. Georgie Arnold and CJ Hernandez send this homebred out, a 2-year-old colt by Honor Code. Maybe 6 furlongs ultimately isn't what he wants to do, but Calumet Farm does an excellent job, especially with horses that they get cranked and ready to rock out back at the farm. This one has been with George Arnold for some time. CJ Hernandez sees fit to come for one mount, a gorgeous looking son of Honor Code. Certainly like the way this one has turned out. Wind Rider has been training over at Churchill Downs and has been both showing speed and showing the ability to come from off the pace. I like what I've seen in the morning workouts for this one. I think the talent is certainly there, but right now the tote board a little bit chilly, but I'm a little less cautious of that, seeing as the tote board was chilly for number 13, who was a half to Belladere, had excellent breeding and went off at a huge number. Could be the same for Wind Rider out of a mare who only tried the turf, but she has been very productive as a brood mare. In fact, she's produced 7 foals. 5 of them have been victorious, and she wins at a 15% win rate in here. I do think Wind Rider deserves a look in this spot for Calumet Farms in here. But I know a lot of people happen to fancy the Asmussen runner in this spot. Perp Walk in here for Keith Asmussen, training, teaming up with his father, Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen, a 2-year-old colt by Copper Bullet. Went for $85,000 at the OBS sale back in March, looking to get some of the return on investment at first asking in here for L&N Racing and Clark Brewster. Keith Asmussen riding for Steve Asmussen. They win at 13% when they team up, so they're not striking at a high rate like you may suspect, but I do like that this one has a couple of 5 furlong workouts, appears to have some early gas as well, and is going to probably keep pace with Quarrymen up front early. I do expect this 2-year-old colt by Copper Bullet to be very quick away from the gate and should be favorably drawn to the outside of the other speed. Your clear second choice, at least in the wagering at this point, is Perp Walk at 3-1. Now, Miss Rachel, you heard her talking about it during our Wire to Wire show. She said she had some steam on number 8, Cassius, for Brett Calhoun. Raylu Gutierrez comes in. We welcome him here. He's got plenty of mounts. He picked up a mount last race. You don't really know which mount he came in for because he does have multiple. So it's not a situation in which it looks very clear on which one he did come in. I do believe this horse is working out well. Has those cheater cup blinkers on yet again. Switched over from Ray Hernandez over to Brett Calhoun after one lone start. And the Calhoun gang does do an awesome job when they take over from another trainer. They win at 18%. This one has been patiently trained. Took some action as well, 13-1 in an 8-horse field, debuting over at Churchill Downs, which Go Auto Go and Bodacious Colton, some good ones out of that race. Those $120,000 maiden special weight races, those are the real deal. They're essentially the stakes racing of maiden special weight events over there. So Casisius at 9-1. We'll see if we can't figure that one out before we have to call it how to pronounce that name. But let's take a look at this late fire 5. 11.99% takeout each and every day. I've put together a ticket, which you can find on your screens. We're just 5 minutes away. I think Wind Rider's a real deal. That's my projection. George Arnold can win at first asking 5-1. I understand Quarryman taking heavily backed action. When Miss Rachel puts a favorite on top, they usually win, but I'm going to take a stand against. I'm going to single the good-looking son of Honor Code in here, and we'll need to spread out in races 5, 6, and 7. Those are absolutely spread races, as it's November 7th, and we're still racing on the turf here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Some very
well-meant first-time starters taking on some battle-tested foes in here as the Riders getting the leg up. 9 will go to the gate. 1 will return victorious. We'll find out who it is 5 minutes from now. We've reached the 4 o'clock hour here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are 3 minutes away from race number 4. No scratches, no changes. Good-looking group of 2-year-old boys going to the gate for race number 4. If you haven't punched in those late Fire 5 tickets, better get them in now, as they'll be popping the gate shortly. Quarryman goes in as your 4-5 favorite at this point. Clear second choice is Perp Walk. So better seem content on Quarryman or Perp Walk. No one else below 5-1. Last to load is This Is Ridiculous. They're off and running. This is Ridiculous. The last one in and the last one out, and Quantum and Miguel Perez checked back aggressively. They're well behind Don't Stop, who takes them through that first 100 yards, along with Sky Pass and Quarryman at 4-5. Finds a good spot tracking Don't Stop on the front end. Sky Pass content to sit just off of them. Then comes Azteca Gold along with Cassius, who broke alertly and sits 4 off of them. Perp Walk moving up on the inside under Keith Asmussen, and Perp Walk moving into it nicely. Still nothing from Wind Rider, along with This Is Ridiculous, and Quantum under an all-out drive. Must be a mile back as Quarryman puts away Don't Stop at the top of the lane, but he's got company. Azteca's Gold moving into it, along with Cassius 4 wide as Quarryman being asked for more at 4-5, and Fernando Cruz asking for Quarryman's best, and he spurts clear by a length. Azteca's Gold looking to kick with that one. Down on the inside is a resurgent Perp Walk who's ridden the rail, but Quarryman's race to win or lose, and he has done it. Quarryman makes good on the 2 prior defeats, and Quarryman makes it look easy. 4-5 was a gift. 3-7-5. Posted 3-7-5-6 in 111.23. Still unofficial. Entering the High Bar Real Estate winner's circle is Fernando de la Cruz and Quarrymen, a 3-year-old brown gelding by Street Boss out of Twixt and Shout by Discreet Cat, bred in Kentucky, owned by Godolphin, trained by Brad Cox. Pretty good week for the Godolphin Silks, as Quarrymen kicks off that late Fire 5 at 4-5. It's official. $2 exacta returns $19.80. 50-cent trifecta $25.20. 50-cent pick 3 chalk long shot chalk $25.45. Your 10-cent super 3756 returns $17.60. Race number 5 coming up just 19 minutes from now. We'll be back on the turf course for race number 5. We do kick off the late pick 4 in 19 minutes. Good luck. They're off and running. This is ridiculous. The last one in and the last one out, and Quantum and Miguel Perez checked back aggressively. They're well behind Don't Stop, who takes them through that first 100 yards, along with Sky Pass and Quarryman at 4-5. Finds a good spot tracking Don't Stop on the front end. Sky Pass content to sit just off of them. Then comes Azteca Gold along with Cassius, who broke alertly and sits 4 off of them. Perp Walk moving up on the inside under Keith Asmussen, and Perp Walk moving into it nicely. Still nothing from Win Rider, along with This Is Ridiculous and Quantum under an all-out drive. Must be a mile back as Quarryman puts away Don't Stop at the top of the lane, but he's got company. Azteca's Gold moving into it, along with Cassius 4 wide as Quarryman being asked for more at 4-5, and Fernando Cruz asking for Quarryman's best, and he spurts clear by a length. Azteca's Gold looking to kick with that one. Down on the inside is a resurgent Perp Walk, who's ridden the rail, but Quarryman's race to win or lose, and he has done it. Quarryman makes good on the 2 prior defeats, and Quarryman makes it look easy. 4-5 was a gift. 3-7-5.
10 minutes to the 5th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a 3-year-old and up allowance optional, claiming for $40,000, and they are going to go a mile on the grass, rail at 36 feet. We've got a scratch of the 9, the 10, the 13, and the 14 in here, and I'm going to go to the outside to the 12. 3-1 current favorite, Elusive Target. Our DRF formulator odds have this one going off at about 7-2 today. Paulo Lobo looking for his second winner after winning the third at 63.40. A very nice long shot there. And Albin was aboard for that one, so they're looking to team up for a double here today. This 4-year-old gelding, last time was at Kentucky Downs. That was September 13th. Has a little bit of time off. A nice freshening. Should come back and looks really good in the paddock. But if you cross out that last one, which really was a very nice speed figure for a 5th place finish, had a win here on July 11th, a third here on June 20th, and those were both routing on the turf. And then another win before that. So getting back to Indiana after a nice little month or so break is good. Paulo, obviously an excellent trainer. He's 23% in allowance ranks, and this just looks to be a talented guy. He's been on the outside a couple times and done all right, and he has nice stats at today's distance of a mile, first, 2 seconds, and a third. The speed figures for him are top notch. And then we'll go to the 4 Circleback Jack. 8-1 right now on the tote board. Marcelino Pedroza looking for his first win on the card here today. He's riding for Gennaro Garcia, who's coming off a double on the Thursday card. The last 3 Brisnet speed figures for this horse: 81 last time out and was an even 4th, 82nd, and then 82, and then 84, and those were both wins here. But they were sprinting on the dirt. Sprinted on the turf last time, but if you go back to the July 19th start, a mile on the turf here, put up a really nice speed figure there and got third, beaten less than a length. So definitely likes routing on the grass as getting back to it. Hasn't won yet, but a second and a third, I've got it in my exacta spot. Definitely has the, if the race goes the way he wants, press the pace kind of scenario for him. And then I'm going to go to the rail, winning 18% clip, 9-1 Authoritarian. Eder Martinez is aboard for Richard Ostenvenko. This is another one that the last 3 speed figures, Brisnet speed figures, have been impressive. It was 79 last time out for a win, 86 and 85, and has not been worse than first at Belterra. Just in the last 6 starts have just been very, very impressive. Now, this is a little bit of a jump up in class, obviously, coming from starter optional claimant for 75, starter optional claimant for 15, but I think the routing on the turf is really what he's all about, and he's in form. They haven't over-raced him. I think he's got some nice starts. He's the bettor's favorite in all those races. And he still won last time out when he was slammed. It says slammed at the start and still prevailed. So a gritty guy. I think he's going to be tough in this group. 12-4-1 for me here in the 5th race. This does start the late 50-cent pick 4 here. And right now, the current favorite, the 12, 5-2, is my top selection, Elusive Target. Good luck.
Field of 10 have made their way onto the main track for their warm-up. They'll be at the gate 4 minutes from now for race number 5. Horseshoe Indianapolis would like to thank our big sponsors this year, Brown Forman, Tequila Herradura, Corbel, and also Breed Development. Thank you to our sponsors. They'll be at the gate shortly for race number 5. Field of 10 have made their way onto our firm turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are blessed with a beautiful day on a Tuesday. Whether you're on track or tuning in for our simulcast feed, certainly wish you the best of luck. Currently favored, Elusive Target, as Elvin Jimenez and Paulo Lobo looking for 2 wins on our turf course. Brought home a 30-1 shot earlier. Now they look to bring home your 2-1 favorite in Elusive Target. Loading professionally. Get back Goldie, your international traveler, goes in. Elusive Target, the last to load. They're off on their 1 mile journey. A perfect display under the wire for the first time, as Arturo Tuscany and Nip and Tuck looking to go for the lead, along with Circle Back Jack and now Get Back Goldie looking to take off that 3-headed speed duel. I'm going to check from in between horses, and Muda Keefe came over just a little bit. Rich Kingdom looking for the first win on the turf, and Arturo Tuscany along with Founder off the long layoff. Can see them all first quarter up in 23.53, as Authoritarian looking for 7 in a row at 9-2 is being pestered by Nip and Tuck, as those two go first and second, about 3 lengths clear from Get Back Goldie, along with Circle Back Jack and Rich Kingdom moving up on the backside while doing so. In Rich Kingdom under a loose rein at this point, as Hemp Heaven moving up nicely under John Kenton Court, and Hemp Heaven looks to have some run. Muta Keefe still well asked, as Arturo Tuscany moving up on the rail, and Founder and Joe Ramos trying to swing past them all, but Authoritarian under a drive as Circle Back Jack shifts out into the 3-path, and Nip and Tuck still there. The rail opens up beautifully for Get Back Goldie, and Get Back Goldie takes that rail and says thank you. Get Back Goldie's race to win or lose at the 16th pole, and Get Back Goldie at 5-1 is clear, and now Arturo Tuscany up on the inside along with Hemp Heaven and Founder too late, but it's all about Get Back Goldie. Photo for the Miners. Second place goes to Arturo Tuscany. 5.276. Unofficially in 137.85. We did have a claim out of race number 5. Number 12, Elusive Target. New owners, 10 Strike Racing. Jeremy Sussman and Corey Morales. New trainer, Matt Shire. Number 12, Elusive Target, goes to 10 Strike Racing. Unofficial, hold them all. Into the winner's circle, the victorious Get Back Goldie, 4-year-old Chestnut by Golden Sense out of Get Back Annie by Colonel John, bred in Kentucky, owned by WC Racing Inc., Wonderland Racing Stables, and Omar Albada. Trained to victory by Doug O'Neill and ridden by Raylu Gutierrez. Get Back Goldie stops the clock in 137.85. Still unofficial. Race 5 now official. The early pick 5 returns $1,005.95. So with a 1 to 5 and 2 to 5 winner, returns over $1,000. First pick 4 returns $206.20. $2 exact, a 75.40. 50 cent pick 3, $229.60. 10 cent superfecta, 5276, 541.28. Your trifecta 527 returns 483.10. Race number 6 coming at you 20 minutes from now. Do scratch your outside runner. Number 12 is out of race number 6. They're off on their 1 mile journey. A perfect display under the wire for the first time as Arturo Tuscany and Nip and Tuck looking to go for the lead, along with Circle Back Jack and now Get Back Goldie looking to take off that three-headed speed duel up front. Muta Keefe looking for 2 in a row, sitting in 5th. After that comes Authoritarian along with Elusive Target, who worked over very nicely. Elusive Target having a check from in between horses, and Muta Keefe came over just a little bit. Rich Kingdom looking for the first win on the turf, and Arturo Tuscany along with Founder off the long layoff. Can see them all. First quarter up in 23.53 as Authoritarian looking for 7 in a row at 9-2 is being pestered by Nip and Tuck as those two go first and second, about 3 lengths clear from Get Back Goldie along with Circle Back Jack and Rich Kingdom moving up on the backside while doing so. In Rich Kingdom under a loose rein at this point as Hemp Heaven moving up nicely under John Kenton Court, and Hemp Heaven looks to have some run. Muta Keefe still well asked as Arturo Tuscany moving up on the rail, and Founder and Joe Ramos trying to swing past them all, but Authoritarian under a drive as Circle Back Jack shifts out into the 3-path, and Nip and Tuck still there. The rail opens up beautifully for Get Back Goldie, and Get Back Goldie takes that rail and says thank you. Get Back Goldie's race to win or lose at the 16th pole, and Get Back Goldie at 5-1 is clear, and now Arturo Tuscany up on the inside along with Hemp Heaven and Founder too late, but it's all about Get Back Goldie.
rolling out some big fields here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we are 10 minutes away from race number 6, and we'll have 11 of them go to the gate, all looking to navigate their first win. 6 furlongs the distance on a fast and main track. We are blessed with a beautiful sun splash day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll have to count our blessings because winter is coming. Final 2 weeks of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but we'll crown another maiden no more. And as you can see, a great betting opportunity ahead as we are now 9 minutes away from race number 6. Let's take a look at the horses down here in the paddock. And I say it's a great betting opportunity because the bettor is having a challenging time finding and identifying a winner amongst his $5,000 claiming group. I'm going to try Granny Reward. Lonnie Hins owns and bred this long shot, who's 14-1 on the board. This 3-year-old filly by Guy's Reward out of Granny Pants is now Granny Reward. A little amped up. I like to see this one chill down just a little bit. The debut came on the turf at the maiden special weight level. Terraza sees fit to stick with this one after it being defeated by 17 lengths, finishing last that day. No doubt about it, this selection is not based off what I saw anything on the turf course just a couple weeks ago on October 25th. I do like maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, and out of this entire field, I don't think experience is necessarily the good kind in this group. Many horses have been at this level for a long time, and Granny Reward only has one start to her name. She gets some class relief, the biggest drop in the game, from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, and she's going to try and do something that she's never done in her career, and that's go on the dirt. We'll see if that turf built up the stamina in here for Granny Reward, who's 14-1, turf to dirt in play, the top selection, a long shot. And speaking of long shots, Golden Heist, an overlay at this point, 4-1, certainly not a long shot by any means, but did not expect this horse to go off as an overlay. I thought maybe bettors might make this one favored, but right now, it looks like that morning line is spot on. Your clear second choice is Golden Heist. Now, experience can be a good thing maybe when you're, an experienced in other sports, an experienced baseball player, an experienced NASCAR driver, whatever it may be. But an experienced maiden is usually not anything to write home about. This one has approached and surpassed the career maiden status. 0 for 19 with 7 second and third place finishes. Aaron Thompson owns and trains. Miss Hughes going to be calling the shots in here for Aaron Thompson. This is a horse who has broken well in the past and has had the lead in multiple races in her career turning for home, but she hasn't shown the ability to really finish. Some days she participates and takes parts. Other days she doesn't really offer up much at all. So she's an inconsistent sort, but she finds her friends in this spot, and we'll see if start number 20, the lucky one for your current co-favorite. But if you're following those DRF projections, which I strongly encourage you to do, they actually identify that number 1 is likely to go off favored, if not your second choice in here, is the will pays, and the algorithms will pays on those daily doubles and pick threes indicate that Jane Zadiva is a live runner in here, a horse who has tried maiden claiming in the past, predominantly been at the maiden special weight level. In fact, 9 of her 11 defeats have come against much tougher. Her last race came in the slop, and it was also on Indiana Champions Day. So she ran in what should be a live race on the undercard of our Indiana Champions Day. It was bet down to 7-2 that day. Went off at 7-2 in a maiden special weight. Now, maiden claiming 5,000. You would expect the money to come in, but at this point, it hasn't. At least not in the win pool. It has come in the daily doubles and the pick 3 will pays, but it has not flown in on the win pool, at least to this point. Shorty Perez is going to be calling the shots in here for Tracy Wisner. A jockey-trainer combination you should likely pay attention to. 6-1 as Jane Zadiva, the one to catch the cash, but I like that this one is lightly raced in Granny Reward, 15-1 on the board. A wide open field, 6 minutes away from race number 6. Good luck.
Maidens have made their way out onto the track for race number 6. 11 of them will go to the gate 4 minutes from now. Rider change being announced for the first time. Race number 8. Number 7, Wisco Disco. Joe Ramos picks up the mount. Ramos will ride Wisco Disco in race 8. Fillies and Mares have made their way to the starting gate. Post time for race number 6. Just a few back, waiting on Comp, along with Must Be a Miracle and Molly Bali. Michelle Elliott and McKenna Anderson teamed up in our opener. They look for another one in here. Comp just a little bit hesitant to go in. Just about set for a start as Molly Bali goes in. They are off and running, and Jane Zadiva breaks like a shot from the inside, but Jane Zadiva not nearly as quick as Santina Diva as the Divas go 1-2 through that first 200 yards. You're So Awesome moves up at a big number. After that comes Kay's Heavenly Star, along with Echo Dreamer and Granny's Reward from in between horses. Under a loose rein early is Compton, Emerson's Dream moving up on the rail. Strung out very wide is Molly Bali, and then comes Must Be a Miracle and Golden Heist. Can see them all. Golden Heist at 9-2 in last, looking to make start number 28, winning one, while Jane Zadiva and Shorty Perez go nicely up front. Santiva Diva opting to go to the inside as these two are 5 clear of You're So Awesome, and Kay's Heavenly Star is dropping out of it. Emerson's Dream looking to make a sustained bid as Santina Diva and Jane Zadiva are clear at the 8th pole. Now rounding into it is Echo Dreamer along with a resurgent Kay's Heavenly Star, and Kay's Heavenly Star trying to pick off these two up top, but it's been Santina Diva and Jane Zadiva since the beginning, and Kay's Heavenly Star lunging, but it's Santina Diva from a game Kay's Heavenly Star. Four, 3, 1, 9 in 114.63. We have a rider's objection. The objection does not involve your unofficial winner, Santiva Diva, who is clear. The rider of number 2, Malcolm Franklin, has lodged an objection against number 3, Kay's Heavenly Star, and number 9, Echo Dreamer, for interference at the top of the stretch. Into the winner's circle, your unofficial winner of race number 6, Santiva Diva, a 4-year-old Dark Bay filly by Santiva out of Spanish Social. Bred, trained, and owned by Tracy Wisner. Ridden to victory by one of the best, Deshaun Parker. Objection underway. Taking a look at the actions of number 3 and 9. After Stewart's review of the objection, we have a disqualification. Number 9, previously your unofficial 4th place finisher, has been disqualified from 4th and placed 7th for interference to number 2, Emerson's Dream, at the top of the lane. Number 9 disqualified for interference at the top of the lane to number 2 and has been placed 7th. We'll have an updated superfecta and pentafecta once we go official. 4-3-1, your trifecta remains unchanged. Number 9 disqualified from 4th and placed 7th. As you can see on the head-on, causing number 2 and Malcolm Franklin to check. Your new, soon-to-be official order of finish will be 4-3-1, 11, and 7 moves into 5th for you pentafecta players. Race 6 is now official. 4-3 exacta returns 68-60. 4-3-1 trifecta 315-60. 50-cent pick 3 354 47-40. Your 10-cent pentafecta 215-42. Your $2 double 5-4 returns 112-40, and the 10-cent superfecta 75-30. Race number 7 coming up 16 minutes from now. Scratch number 8. Race number 7, scratch number 8. They are off and running, and Jane's a Diva breaks like a shot from the inside, but Jane's a Diva not nearly as quick as Santina Diva as the Divas go 1-2 through that first 200 yards. You're So Awesome moves up at a big number. After that comes Kay's Heavenly Star, along with Echo Dreamer and Granny's Reward from in between horses. Under a loose rein early is Compton, Emerson's Dream moving up on the rail. Strung out very wide is Molly Bali, and then comes Must Be a Miracle, and Golden Heist can see them all. Golden Heist at 9-2 in last, looking to make start number 28, winning one, while Jane's a Diva and Shorty Perez go nicely up front. Santiva Diva opting to go to the inside as these two are 5 clear of You're So Awesome, and Kay's Heavenly Star is dropping out of it. Emerson's Dream looking to make a sustained bid as Santina Diva and Jane's a Diva are clear at the 8th pole. Now rounding into it is Echo Dreamer along with a resurgent Kay's Heavenly Star, and Kay's Heavenly Star trying to pick off these two up top, but it's been Santina Diva and Jane Diva since the beginning, and Kay's Heavenly Star lunging, but it's Santina Diva from a game, Kay's Heavenly Star. Today's featured event of the day, now just 6 minutes away from race number 7. We'll kick it off right in front of the High Bar Real Estate Winner's Circle. 1 mile going to be the distance. A very nice group assembled in here. Scratch number 8, Ship Shape, out of this event. And I happen to fancy a horse who, frankly, I didn't dive into it super aggressively, but I wasn't sure how this horse qualified. It looks like Victor's Deal finds himself a very nice spot against a group that many are still eligible for non-winners of 2. Meanwhile, Victor's Deal, is a little bit camera shy, does have 20 second and third place finishes, including losing a photo finish at 7-2 last time out. But Victor's Deal is a 3-time winner with some back class to go as well. Win today would push those earnings up over $200,000 for House's Thoroughbreds, as Victor's Deal, a 9-year-old, but despite that age, still going strong. In fact, this 9-year-old had 6 more starts than he had at 8 years old last year. That's going to be the top selection for me. I do think the winner goes through my top 3 selections, 9, 4, and 6. An intriguing field for our feature of the day, running for a nice purse just under $40,000. 1 mile the distance. 9 of them will go to the gate. 1 will return victorious 5 minutes from now. Horses made their way out onto the track for tonight's featured event 3 minutes from now. Field now approaching the gate for race number 7. They're at the gate. It's post time. Some elite camera work from our TV department. Air Horse 1 high above the sky. Got your gate camera. Ryan down on the high bar real estate winner circle. Have to love that drone work here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Giving us some excellent angles as the feature is just about set for a start. Under the lights. Waiting on Cupid's runaway. Lightly raced son of Cupid, making start number 2, looking to keep perfection alive. They're off and running. Starter caught him in a perfect line. Victor's Deal, your favorite at 2-1, being asked for run, but going to be hung 6 wide into that first turn. CFV Texas Red content to go with Painter's Canvas, and Foxy Boxy looking to make it 2 in a row. Sucks out of it, sits in third as Victor's Deal finds himself a nice spot in the 2 path. Then comes Devil's Gotta Go, traveling in kind with Looney, along with Monumental Justice and Cupid's Runaway, as the only one not keeping up at this point is Forever Friends, as that one can see them all. A strung out field in 24.33 as CFV Texas Red at even money, and Sammy Bermudez put a length on Painter's Canvas, and Victor's Deal getting tugged into a perfect spot, sitting just off the speed. Foxy Boxy can find no more, and Devil's Gotta Go ranging into it. Cupid's Runaway has been wide throughout, and Looney and Monumental Justice under all-out drives and not making up any ground. Forever Friends trying to get into this one, but CFV Texas Red the first to turn for home, and Painter's Canvas has yet to be asked for run. Rodney Prescott has yet to ask Painter's Canvas, but now 2 lengths off of CFV Texas Red as Victor's Deal, and it looks like the bettors narrowed this down to the right too as CFV Texas Red kicks, but Victor's Deal with that perfect trip trying to get by with all the momentum, and CFV Texas Red looking for the Indiana green, and Victor's Deal getting to him. It's a neck, it's a nose, it's a head, and Victor's Deal spurts clear, and Victor's Deal under a perfect ride from Fernando De La Cruz gets the win over a game CFV Texas Red. 96314 in 138.75. Victor's Deal makes it 2 out of 3, and the 9-year-old shows the youngers how it's done. Victor's Deal, a 9-year-old by Stately Victor out of Real Deal by Unreal Zeal, bred in Indiana by your owners, House's Thoroughbreds, Don and Vicky House, own and bred Victor's Deal. Trained by Tiana Richardville, and yet another victory for Fernando de la Cruz. Race number 7 is now official. 9-6 exacta returns 1440. 50-cent trifecta 24.65. Your $2 daily double 4-9 44.40. The 10-cent pentafecta 142.09. 50-cent pick 3 549 80.25. 10-cent superfecta 9-6 chalk on top returns 33.69. Long shots underneath. Race number 8 on the board in 22 minutes. Do note we had a rider change in race number 8. Number 7, Wisco Disco, picked up by Joe Ramos. Your leading rider picks up the mount on Wisco Disco. Race 8, 21 minutes from now. They're off and running. Starter caught him in a perfect line. Victor's Deal, your favorite at 2-1, being asked for run, but going to be hung 6 wide into that first turn. CFV, Texas Red, content to go with Painter's Canvas, and Foxy Boxy looking to make it 2 in a row. Sucks out of it, sits in third as Victor's Deal finds himself a nice spot in the 2 path. Then comes Devil's Gotta Go, traveling in kind with Looney, along with Monumental Justice and Cupid's Runaway, as the only one not keeping up at this point is Forever Friends, as that one can see them all. A strung out field in 24.33 as CFV Texas Red at even money, and Sammy Bermudez put a length on Painter's Canvas, and Victor's Deal getting tugged into a perfect spot, sitting just off the speed. Foxy Boxy can find no more, and Devil's Gotta Go ranging into it. Cupid's Runaway has been wide throughout, and Looney and Monumental Justice under all-out drives and not making up any ground. Forever Friends trying to get into this one, but CFV Texas Red the first to turn for home, and Painter's Canvas has yet to be asked for run. Rodney Prescott has yet to ask Painter's Canvas, but now 2 lengths off of CFV Texas Red is Victor's Deal, and it looks like the bettors narrowed this down to the right too, as CFV Texas Red kicks, but Victor's Deal with that perfect trip trying to get by with all the momentum, and CFV Texas Red looking for the Indiana green, and Victor's Deal getting to him. It's a neck, it's a nose, it's a head, and Victor's Deal spurts clear, and Victor's Deal under a perfect ride from Fernando de la Cruz gets the win over a game CFV Texas Red.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Quite the stretch duel in today's featured race and race number 7. We're 10 minutes away. Still plenty of live racing action here. The sun may have gone down. The lights have gone on. However, we've got a daily double, and it features both the thoroughbred versions as well as the quarter horse breeds as well. So a little mixed breed action in that late daily double. Do scratch some big ones out of this event. 1, 5, and 9. Secret Glenda, Pink Lady Lushua, and Parlay Charlie. I had a friend of mine. His name's Josh. He texted me Secret Glenda was going to win by a city block today, or at least that was his handicapping. But frankly, I don't think much of his handicapping. So he probably saved some money with the scratch of Secret Glenda. But I'm all about a little fresh face in here. Wisco Disco ships in from Charlestown over at the Bull Ring over there. Paul McEntee sends this one out. He gets a rider change in here. Joe Ramos picks up the mount, and the money has flown in. Now, oftentimes, you can throw out those morning lines once you have a few scratches and some big ones like number 5. So that 10-1 morning line was unlikely to ever happen, but the bettors have really keyed in on this horse and made it clear favorites in the daily doubles, pick 3s, pick 4s, and pick 5. And Wisco Disco bet down to 6-5 right now, and those projections are indicating this one may go even lower. Did debut October 20th, just about 20 days ago.
went off at 7-2 on debut, and that was a big field. So took some action in a 9-horse field going off at 7-2. Kind of missed the break, and that's really a tough track to make up. Those turns are tight. 4.5 furlongs is over before you know it. And this 2-year-old filly just may need a little bit more ground today. She gets some class relief as well. Maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming the biggest drop in the game, and the bettors have keyed in on this one 6-5 as the one to beat. But the one to certainly take a look at and not let go off at too high of an odds is another one who's taken action. 10-1, currently 5-2. Chris Amy has been sitting in that jocks room all day waiting for this lone mount. He waited from sun up till sundown. Now he's looking to get his picture taken with Brittany Vandenberg in here. 23% for the Vandenberg gang here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But surprisingly, these two haven't teamed up for very many winners here. Only at 7% here at Horseshoe Indy. Now that is a small sample size. Only 14 starts today will make start number 15. But do note, anytime a rider sticks around, especially in the finale all day long, I was expecting a rider change in here, but it never came in. Chris Amy looking to get his picture taken with Anna After Midnight, another one who gets class relief. Maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming has shown maiden special weight kind of speed, now gets some class relief, and oftentimes that class relief assists those horses in carrying their speed a little bit further. Maybe they tired at the top of the lane at the maiden special weight level. They go down to maiden claiming. Maybe they can hold on. Maybe they can make it to the 16th. We'll see if Anna After Midnight can put her nose in front and keep it there through the wire. 5-2, your second choice at this point. But Vivi's in front is one who's being overlooked. This is a horse who gets Shorty Perez, Jack Hancock, the blinkers going on. Have to love when a lightly raced horse gets the blinkers on, and they can make huge improvements. Now, this is a move that the Hancock gang does not do all very often. In fact, this will only be the second time on the year that they put first blinkers on. So certainly not a move that they're accustomed to. They do have a homebred in here for James Gary, a Kentucky bred, a 2-year-old filly by Cole Front, who frankly hasn't shown much in the 2 starts, but does get some more class relief. Second time over the track can only help, and 12-1 in a small field could be a separator if you're playing that late daily double. We'll crown a maiden no more under the lights 6 minutes from now.
Fields made their way out onto a fast main track. Scratch numbers 1, 5, and 9. They'll be at the gate 4 minutes from now. Appears a saddle adjustment ongoing for number 3, Green Chili. Raylu off. Air Horse 1 high above the sky of this field of 6, making their way to the starting gate. 5.5 furlongs the distance. Post time shortly. Starters called them to the gate. It's post time for race number 8. Maybe your thoroughbred finale, but don't forget Miss Martha will take you through the last and final quarter horse event of the evening. BB's in front, goes in. Two back, Wisco Disco and Angel on Fire. Matilda Burnham looking for a winner in here at 18-1. They're off and running under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Checking back to last is Green Chili, and Wisco Disco went right back as well, or excuse me, not Wisco Disco, Angel on Fire. Check that as Anna After Midnight 3-2 breaks alertly and runs off for Chris Amy, as Chris Amy trying to slow down Anna After Midnight, and Wisco Disco and Joe Ramos sitting just a length clear as Vivi's in front, tracking in third, but it's a more distant third at this point as Green Chili in fourth, and then High Zizu, and still nothing from Angel on Fire, who missed the break. 22.58 as these two hook up at the top of the lane, and Anna After Midnight is attacked by Wisco Disco, who looks to clear off, and Joe Ramos asking Wisco Disco to do so. Anna After Midnight went quick early and has nothing left. We'll see if anyone can make up any ground, as it's Wisco Disco well clear at the 8th pole, and look at this, Wisco Disco drawing clear, 5, 6, 7. The battle is for the minors in here as High Zizu and Vivi's in front, going to battle it out. Wisco Disco on top. High Zizu did get up. After that comes Vivi's in front, and Angel on Fire rounds out the Superfecta in 106.08. Seven two six eight unofficially in 106.08. Race number 8 is official as Gavin Ashton's loss becomes Joe Ramos' victory. Race 8 official. $2 exacta 7-2-23.40. Your 50-cent trifecta 33.05. $2 daily double $13. That 50-cent pick 4 $2.70. Late Fire 5 returns $5.50.35. Into the high bar real estate winner's circle, the victorious Wisco Disco, 2-year-old Bay Filly by Take Charge Indy out of Dream Sequence by Forestry, bred in Kentucky, owned by Resolute Racing Alliance, Alyssa Trewitsky. Trained to victory by Paul McEntee, ridden to victory by Joe Ramos. Wisco Disco makes it look easy in 106.08. $0.50 trifecta, 33.05. Again, that 10-cent superfecta, 20.38. 50-cent pick 3, 24.65. Today's Late Fire 5 returns over $500, $550 for that Late Fire 5. One more coming at you 19 minutes from now. Miss Martha will be down in the paddock. She'll take you through the quarter horse event in today's finale. They're off and running under the lights at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Checking back to last is Green Chili, and Wisco Disco went right back as well, or excuse me, not Wisco Disco, Angel on Fire. Check that as Anna after midnight 3-2 breaks alertly and runs off for Chris Amy, as Chris Amy trying to slow down Anna after midnight, and Wisco Disco and Joe Ramos sitting just a length clear as Vivi's in front, tracking in third, but it's a more distant third at this point as Green Chili in fourth, and then High Zizu, and still nothing from Angel on Fire, who missed the break. 22.58 as these two hook up at the top of the lane, and Anna after midnight is attacked by Wisco Disco, who looks to clear off, and Joe Ramos asking Wisco Disco to do so. Anna after midnight went quick early and has nothing left. We'll see if anyone can make up any ground, as it's Wisco Disco well clear at the 8th pole, and look at this, Wisco Disco drawing clear, 5, 6, 7. The battle is for the minors in here as High Zizu and Vivi's in front, going to battle it out. Wisco Disco on top. High Zizu did get up. After that comes Vivi's in front, and Angel on Fire
right, we're going to close out the card today with a quarter horse race. It's a maiden for 3-year-olds and up, and they're going to be competing 330 yards. We'll scratch each of the also eligibles, but still have a very full field and some interesting horses in our finale. All right, I'll get rolling with number 6, A Prolific Jess. Always get impressed when I see the progeny of really top quarter horse stallion, Apolitical Jess. Now this horse is stakes placed for trainer Felix Barazza. That was a couple months ago here, and it was a good effort. That was at 400 yards. The cut back to 330, I think, is going to help his cause. He's faced some tough horses this meet. His last race was a trial for the QHRI Derby, and in that particular trial, he was beaten by Louisiana Faster, who ended up having the fastest qualifying time of all the 3-year-olds. Anyway, I like A Prolific Jess. We'll see how he does today. Next up for me is number 8, MG Too Fancy Macho. Now, it flashed some speed, quite a bit of speed, I believe, in several starts for leading quarter horse conditioner Tony Cunningham. Game second last month under Danny Martinez, who was first call for Tony's barn. Always does a great job. And he's got the return call today aboard the son of El Macho Prieto Boy. I think this horse could figure very much in the mix in this particular quarter horse race. All right, I'm going to move next to a very interesting prospect, and that's number 9, Bring No Secrets. I find it interesting because he's making his United States debut after 4 starts in Mexico. Now, the good news is he shipped up here a couple months ago and had 2, I think, decent works for his debut in Indiana in the United States. He might need one, but I believe in the high percentage training capacity of Ricardo Martinez, and I think he's going to have this first time gelding ready for a good performance this afternoon. We don't get a whole lot of horses from Mexico, but believe me, in my work down in Texas, I've seen quite a few of them, and do not disregard them. They have a real good breeding program down there. All right, and I'll round up my top 4 with Monterez. This is one of the more lightly raced entrants. He's a 4-year-old son of Fly Through the Fire. I always pay attention when I see breeder, AQHA champion breeder Steve Burns, who is based in California. Oh my gosh, he really produces some nice horses out there. So I kind of like this horse. You know, just ran 3rd here last month for Roy Smith. You know, only a couple starts compared to some of these horses who've had a few more. I think he's going to be in the mix. So I'm going 6, 8, 9, 7. Good luck to all in this field. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got another quarter horse race to talk about in the paddock tomorrow afternoon. Have a good one.
Horses on the track for race number 9. Scratch the also eligibles 11, 12, 13, and 14 out of race number 9. They'll be headed to the gate shortly for their 330-yard dash. Fields reach the gate. It's post time for the finale. Kicking Tires and Litton Fires goes in at 10-1. Favored throughout, a Prolific Jess. Big Time Loaded, Palmetto Beach. Consternation on the inside, Kicking Tires, kicking the gate. Palmetto Beach loads at 36-1. 330 yards a distance. Waiting on P. Just about set for the Vincent Classic. Miss Straw Fly Pie, the last to load. Locked and loaded. They're off and running in number 4. Palmetto Beach went inside while kicking tires and lighting fires. Broke outwardly, but did break quickly. Up front is Monterez at a big number of 5-1 and kicking tires and lighting fires down on the inside. But this one's all about Monterez. Seven, 8, a photo to determine the show dough. Seven, 8, 10, 1. No final time. The inquiry sign has been illuminated here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Stewards are looking into the start of race number 9. Inquiry pending. Unofficially, 7, 8, 10, 1, 5 rounds out the pentafecta. 7, 8, 10, 1, 5 with an inquiry. Entering the winner's circle, the victorious Monterez, 4-year-old Sorrel Gelding by Through the Fire out of Good Job Honey by Freight Train, bred in California, owned by Leap of Faith Stables, Martin Perez Cervantes. Trained by Roy Smith, ridden by Jose Davila. Congratulations to the connections of Monterez, our winner in our finale. Don't forget, live racing does return tomorrow for Hump Day at 2:30. Racing again Wednesday, Thursday, and a very special Friday card for Veterans Day. After reviewing the start, number 1, Kicking Tires and Lighting Fires, has been disqualified from 4th and placed last for interference out of the gate. Number 1, disqualified from 4th and placed last. New updated order of finish for superfecta and pentafecta purposes. Your trifecta 7, 8, 10 remains unchanged after the disqualification of number 1, kicking tires and lighting fires. Seven, 8, 10, 5, 9. Your new, soon-to-be official order of finish. We're official under the lights with the stars and stripes here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as we put in conclusion to the final race. Monterez dominant in race number 9. $2 exacta returns 88.40, 50-cent trifecta, big numbers, 614.55. $2 double, lucky sevens, 53.80. Your 10-cent superfecta, 778.67. Final pick 3 of the day returns 55.25, and a pentafecta. No one connected on the pentafecta. We will have a carryover of just over $2,200 into tomorrow's pentafecta. You won't want to miss out on it. Live racing returns tomorrow at 2:30. Certainly thank you for joining us each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and hope to see you all soon. Drive safely. They're off and running in number 4. Palmetto Beach went inside while kicking tires and lighting fires. Broke outwardly, but did break quickly. Up front is Monterez at a big number of 5-1 and kicking tires and lighting fires down on the inside. But this one's all about Monterez.